Yeah, it's got a little clip here. You can just put it to the side of your jacket, or
You guys are
I was going to do a little bit.
boom, and then throw that in
Do
your
we have
pocket.
another one?
Yeah.
We'll give you one and then.
Thank you.
Didn't know we were live streaming, Jeremy.
Oh yeah, Tony.
Jacob.
Oh yeah, I met you. Before. It's just for the.
Oh, this camera
it's
here.
just for the off-res. Yeah, it's innocuous. You're not going to see it. You're going to be in the way.
Okay. Just so we know, does stuff get posted to social media and everything, or what?
What do you mean?
Well, we should be on. I guess we should probably know.
No, this is just.
ladies and can I get one of my ladies and God, in our Jesus Christ's name. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you at this time, at this gathering, that we're gathering here for our future. And we get to us humanity, where it could go to one who ladies and the divine Christians, keep that meets me. And we get to those Christians. And now they get easier. And look at the individual. I am more than one ladies. It's to be the next one. She will not spawn by the level of the man. I'm always going to feed none. You got to be still. Or we ask you. I can be able to show you with the woman. And it gets to the God of Jesus Christ's name. As you could write. Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Back now. I'll open this gathering. Tremendous, O Lord, thou dost our most greatest favor. First, second, to the help. That the words begin continued, let it be. We be glorified thy holy name and finally by the mercy of the blessed Lord Jesus Christ, O Lord. Amen. And we get in heaven. Sa nagsisikaitan des kitskating kiskasin, doon ka na Diyos, pero ito mga dito sa Diyos, Diyos ko kiskasin. Istana mo sa kiskasin di mas, na tulit ko siya nagalimot kiman. Iswerte mo ito kung ito tayo, ganito to yung nag-isipit ito yun. At ang itagawin mo siya naman kayo, sa kilito, there is no knowledge to skill, is in action against again. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God's fellowship, the Holy Spirit, be with us all evermore. Amen. You bet.
Did you want to? Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. Ito, we had Sunday for you prayer and for blessing our people. We had Sunday. We go very well. Now they have general resources. This guy's name is Jacob. The guy there is, I forget.
Jeremy.
But they're here to do a presentation on the project. They're going to start not really develop the much. They got them coming to what they take from and not our steelers. They develop the one and not say they were in the coming to they would stay in these steelers. They would be in the Kina going up. Si Nando Vietnam organization si Sunai Nikisnika. Yan si Nando Gado, ego siguro Sinando and Kelgata, Nando on a city, the Gav's hand where the Kinika gave the Mansanano. Yan the right to one that in a community slabs and he gave to the Gata or the Kisnika. We gave a man's will, in the town and dog, or the Kisnika and the Washina and the Yard, and the man's watch and the Noya. Young to give one the town and got on the same. The people here on the same, the Monday, we are feeling, very alkaline, and they don't this. In addition, Puerto Domingo kasi nung kinagangan yung dinigay Diyos isang pagiging bitahan na. Realize na magiging yung mga galing ni Consunya and sa technical feeling of the star. Ang nanagaw na nagiging si awas na ito magiging yung star hindi na which como lugar de Venezuela, el grupo de não dar o governo de Espanha não dar o debate uma vez na Câmara de Zoa, e ninguém não dá todo mundo. E foi onde 1920 pwede kaisnikan. Minikan na inaotay giban o sige megalomday wan. Ikut sumusakot sa wewe nigay kung sa gano'oday ka sa bagastan na gano'oday. Ikut sumusakot gano'oday. Pero may ikaw dapat na debat mo. Iya, iya.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Chief. Thank you everyone for coming, and thank you once again for everyone that helped setting things up, the tables, chairs, all the sound system. Very, very sorry for starting as late as we have. We'll get right into things. Jeremy's actually going to give a full update on, what we've been, the work we've been doing from the last community update we've given, and just kind of describing the kind of work that we're looking to do for the upcoming year. So I'll hand it over to Jeremy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yeah, thank you for coming, and thank you for patiently waiting for this. So I'm a geologist. My name's Jeremy Nini, and I originally am from Sudbury. And I have kind of a long history with the Ring of Fire. The Ring of Fire geologically doesn't have a long history. It was really just discovered in 2007. I worked with Noron Resources in 2008, 9, and 10. So I was here working and looking for metals in that first wave of activity. And I am an exploration geologist, so what my job is to help Juno to understand the geology. Think of the geology as kind of like a puzzle. And in exploration, we're looking for metals that are in the ground without actually knowing that they're there. They're probably there, and the geological setting is right to have metals there, but we don't actually know they're going to be there. So what we do is we use tools, exploration tools like geophysics and ultimately drilling to learn and understand the rocks, and by looking at the drill holes and looking at the rocks, it tells us a story of how the rocks were created and the types of minerals that be there, and the minerals are then directly related to the types of metals. And the Ring of Fire is a very special place geologically, special globally. There's no place like it on the planet, and there's a lot of different types of metals. You guys are probably all quite familiar with the Eagle's Nest and Noron, which has nickel, copper, and platinum and palladium. It also has chromite beside it. But there's a lot of other metals in the Ring of Fire. There's copper, which is essential for lighting, like we have here, electric vehicles. Anything electric needs copper. There's lead and zinc and silver. And then we found at Juno last year what looks to be a really big volume, a big size of a deposit of iron, high purity iron. So this is a type of iron that is needed in modern furnaces, like the furnace that they have in Sault Ste. Marie at Algoma Steel. So they use these electric arc furnaces. It's called green steel. So they use the iron to produce steel. And along with the iron, we also have titanium, which is used to create aircraft. It's used in pigment for paints on the walls, and toothpaste, and lots of things. But really, it's an important metal for making iron stronger and lighter and creating things that fly, helicopters, airplanes, that kind of stuff. There's also vanadium and titanium and scandium. So we'll talk a little bit about that, but we'll go to the next slide. This is a map showing the mineral exploration claims of the Ring of Fire. So in blue and in red is what Juno has as far as our exploration licenses. And in yellow or orange is Wyloo, which would have been Noron in the past. And where we are right now is right here. So this is Webequie. And this is a really big area. If you were to compare this to a province, this is basically about the same size or maybe even a little bit bigger than Prince Edward Island. So this is like a province within a province. It's a huge, huge area. It's about 200 kilometers to go from one side to the other. So in terms of geology, this is like the size of something like the Sudbury Basin. So Sudbury is, it's about 200 kilometers across. Really, really big. And the challenging thing of this area from a geologist standpoint is that all of the rocks are covered with glacial deposits, so sand and gravel and obviously wetlands and vegetation. So there's not a lot of rocks sticking out of the ground. You see some rocks in some of the lakes and some of the rivers, more in the rivers. But we have to really depend upon geophysics. So airplanes and helicopters first that fly over top of the landscape, and then they read the magnetic properties. It tells us something about the geology, and we can look at the patterns and learn about the rocks. And then we look a little bit closer at things like mapping how conductive the rock is. So, like again, copper is a really good conductor. It conducts electricity. So to look for copper, we look at where in the geology do we have areas that are more conductive. So we use these tools to find. Yep. Oh yes, sorry. Yeah.
Vi har Jeremy Makit Miami ini he total kanan kinuajan and we look into Sugan Heidegger and many Jade. Ego scale kito nitomi bagero kya kito hindi siya hinga hindi siya hinga what got us to get the fire. Guys don't care about kito it's perumah PJ. Walau guys kalau kita mau sengaja dengan pengajian kiamat, mereka mata kita macam cuno berok malas. Itu sebenarnya bos juga kita ini kat betul ini ya cuno. Dengan guru red yang bukan sahaja ini personal bikin juga cuma kita main. Ego kinoge one singa oge got no imani kige ga copper guys ka sai sonya smi jor kone go kinen ko kana maya achto ego singa no beri dama mani mayanda ego vet kila ego ke wajga to shwa to no ne ke wajga ki wala no ne ke.
Okay, and one more thing on this map before we go. The top part, so the Ring of Fire was really just right here. This is the area that, and what the Ring of Fire is it's an old, really old, 3.7 billion year old volcano belt. And it shows up on the airborne magnetics as a kind of a C shape. And that's why people who were exploring here decided to use that name Ring of Fire. But there's another area to the north of that, which we just uncovered last year, is this northern part. We just call it the North Arm for now. We don't really have a real name for it. But that's a new part that most people don't know about to the Ring of Fire. I think it's kind of if this was a book and we're telling a story of the Ring of Fire, this is the next chapter. So really important. So we've drilled some holes in these two places. We drilled 20 holes. So again, a drill hole is about 4 centimeters, right? So these are pretty small. We use a lightweight rig and we move around and we drill these holes. And we found gold last year, kind of somewhat unexpectedly. We were looking for copper, but then we found these new areas of gold, which is really interesting. Okay, so this is a airborne geophysics. So if you were in an airplane and you could see how magnetic the rocks are, the red colors would be really magnetic rocks, and the blue and green less magnetic. And that tells us something about the geology. Basically, the red rocks are more, they had like a volcanic history, so they're like old ancient volcanoes. So this is the Ring of Fire. This is the area that was originally defined as the Ring of Fire. And one of the things that we're doing at Juno is looking beyond what was discovered in that first round of exploration in 2007, 8, and 9. So here's the eagle's nest, and that shows up as a really intense, bright color. It's very magnetic. And With Juno, we're looking at all the other places. We're looking for what was missed, what was overlooked. And one of the really interesting places is right in the middle of the Ring of Fire. The middle was an area that a lot of people didn't, even me, when I was working at Norm, we didn't really look too closely. And last year we found this very large area here, which contains iron, titanium, vanadium, and scandium. And this can be very important. These are critical minerals, so this is something that is being talked about a lot in the world. And there are strategic critical minerals that typically come from China, but are now available here in Ontario and in the Ring of Fire to potentially be used to create, again, airplanes, helicopters, things that are used in aviation, and also things to use in space, like SpaceX, the Elon Musk, same company that does the satellites, but that kind of thing, very special metals.
Ego itubena umanike gizubena umanigena bihaka walu kasika zantonike ukazista sebetujina dogane uske wonu hodi kanonino nena megna kumisena laje kajara kumisena ego skin umalagi kutubena giha kana leja walu what is Pakki money? We are taking them out. You have a short, you have Pakki money, you know, it's your, you have whatever you have Juno. Pakki money, bonus rama, Asmedino, Mikano, Moniki, Pakki, let's very good, I go just not as together. There was to go.
And then just one more thing, the gold that we found here is on a green area. So it's not in some of the bright red and typical places people would have explored. It's in a spot that was overlooked because it doesn't have the same footprint. It looks different than the Eagle's Nest and the other pockets of metals that have been found so far. So I think that says a lot about the opportunity here, that there's a lot more metal to be found than we know right now. This has a very long history. It's going to take a long time to really understand fully the geology and understand the geology, I say puzzle, but the story of what's happening here in the rocks. It's going to take some time.
Manike Smino, Manike, Ugizimikon, and Sonias, and Gold Gainaganit. Gold Gainagan, Mihagazimikot, Monik. I got to go Gava to go, Gananagat, Stone, Gava to Smell, got Tina Nuggets to Gatina.
Okay, so this is our geology map. This is basically of that same area. So we take that geophysical view, and then we start to color it and basically interpret what we think is happening in the geology. So what is the representation of the rocks that we think are here? This is for sure wrong. This is just what but as we drill holes and we start to see the rocks, we start to understand it better. Think of the geology as like a completely dark room, and then you come in with a flashlight and you can start to see something. Think of the flashlight like a drill hole. As you turn on more and more flashlights, you start to understand and can see better like what is happening. But what we know for sure is that the geology here is very complicated, and complicated geology is a good thing. You need complicated geology to create metal deposits. So I think there's really, again, a very, very important part of the world, certainly a very important part of Ontario. And the fact that there's all these critical minerals here in the Ring of Fire, it's really important strategically now with what's happening with the United States and what's happening around the world in securing and establishing where are the very important critical minerals going to come from to power the planet, to build things that we need, and come from a safer place than where they come from now.
Ego, nigo mama kadenda no. Ego is saying nigo he wetiako hinga mama kamagets ni kadane teko kontino go banen yan nenando kan gam kamajan. Ego China gajigatik ego ako niete te siago banen ego mama kadenda no humaya sen yagin nenon. Ele me kamajan nenon wete kon nagadio go banen wete hinga Nama kami ko hoti ko te ga joy. Ihan tes dang ihan egot sinigo no go minigo hoy manget ges nistotam ke do hinga kasi gaskite bekago kasi ya en egot skabat stoni hi pasak kunin jigan gabat stoni Vivo baskan en tot ma kitan dinu mikam ni go ge ono ni maga ge nikito igabat ke hi nandi kenji kanyo.
Okay, so these are just some of the tools that we use in exploration. So on the far side is a helicopter, and it's towing. We call it bird, but really it's just a sounding device or a measuring device. So that is the circle that the helicopter drags is what reads the properties, the magnetic properties of the rocks. So you see these things flying in the air, like what the heck is that? It's not a net. It's not catching anything. It's not transmitting either. It's just reading the natural signal of the rocks. And then we sometimes also use airplanes. Measuring, in this case, we measured gravity, so how heavy the rocks are. Not all rocks weigh the same. It depends on the metals and minerals that are in the rocks. So when you have rocks that have a lot of metal in them, they're a lot heavier than rocks that don't. So if you were to pick up a piece of quartz, which is like see on a beach, most beaches are made of quartz, compared to a piece of metal, they're much, much heavier. So we use gravity surveys to find heavier rocks to find more metal. And then we also do, in the winter, ground geophysics, where we will put a wire on the ground and measure, try to create an image of what's happening below the surface, so that we can drill a hole and hopefully find some metal and to understand, again, the geological story better.
Ulit na masak kidoy ko bandami kayak. Abo pam so dojen Webequie ni we na tibijigese. Oda shimi na hoye kabat dod misene go in mihane ke ane pitanch mihan jinade ke naman mihan diswasted ne ke kamoche babam bi peso ache to kanyo ko na sabe ke sto na mane ke debe ani na kamakana ge mane ke akikan.
And then this is a harder not to understand, but this is that northern part of the Ring of Fire where we found gold. Again, we found gold right here at Pluto. This map, the different colors show the work that we're doing right now. So right now we're flying with helicopters. We did have 2 helicopters. Now we just have 1. But basically the red is one helicopter and the green is another one. And we started in the far eastern part of this exploration claim, partially to work around the timeline of the spring hunt. So we worked over here, scanning, basically reading the measurements of the rocks. What happens is the helicopter just flies back and forth, over and over and over and over, turns around and it's like the early days of the internet, where you see these images that take a long time to load on your screen. So we start to see a picture emerges as we fly across. So 2 different helicopters, red one and a green one. And then we also did some ground geophysics called ground IP, which means induced polarization. So that's a tool to find basically areas where we're likely to find metal in the ground. This one, this airborne survey is mostly telling us rocks. The ground geophysics is finding metal. And then this is an old survey that was flown in 2013 that we purchased from another company. But this is the area we're working. This is the area where we're mostly going to work this year, is in the northern part of the Ring of Fire.
So gate nang ganyan Ring of Fire guys God's Pluto podo guys gate gumi man ke Sonia guys we call Imaneket skasmes kobiga tegane kimimain de siao bune megots gagi anonga gagi nandokano kya se kote be helicopter kamat a helicopter kya se kote is dana na bedini kitegots Basically, Gavaston, Megotsura, Kinan, the Injagano. With the Suganano guys, Vegas, second Kituneno. Megotaki, Papa, Siab, and Nick, Kanino Wednick, Simonik.
Okay, this is a picture of our drill core. So it's a piece of rock that we drilled out of the ground, and that is the gold that we see in the rock. So gold's a funny metal. You don't always see the gold in the rock. Sometimes you have gold in your rocks and you can't see it with your eyes. You need a special tool like a microscope, or you need to send the rock to a laboratory and then they'll tell you afterwards that you have gold. I worked for a gold company, Kinross, for about 3 years, and a lot of our mines, these were mines where they're mining gold. We never saw the gold; it just wasn't there. So the fact that we can see the gold here is really impressive. It tells us that there's a lot here. This is very exciting, especially as a geologist. This is something that you dream to see, and this was a really big deal. And this is a very, very big deal for the Ring of Fire. I love to dream because I'm an exploration guy, but I think that we have found maybe like another Timmins or, really big gold system. What that means is potentially more than one mineral deposits. There could be a whole series of gold deposits. And what that means is you could have a really long history of working with the gold and extracting the gold. And again, I think this creates a whole new chapter of the Ring of Fire. I think the North Arm is going to be a very, very important part of the history and the opportunity certainly for the community and for future generations.
Waneke, Homike Ganya, Waneke, Ego, Mawakaden, Haite, Sonias, guys, Sejikido, Ego Ganika, Job, Magazine, Mosiske, Geeses, Kanika, Jonje, Ka job, Magazine, Heidekido, Mawakaden, down, Sinigo, Home Mine Kido, Oganaga, Nibo gets not documenting. Kedoinig, mami gets business to make. I had the idea Sonias Nionic. Me not again. They go many conjamakianic. They go Kanika in the Navis Zinic, and you go job mileage in the Moses say key. Moses say keys. Where the great.
Okay, and now this is back to the middle of the Ring of Fire at Vespa. So Vespa is an area that we call Vespa, but this is again high purity iron. So I have a piece of rock. I'll bring it out in a minute. But this is massive magnetite. So it's very, very, very magnetic. It basically is a magnet. And then with the magnetite is another mineral called ilmenite, which is titanium, and there's vanadium and scandium. We also found a little bit of nickel and copper and cobalt and platinum and palladium. So this is a very interesting area. This looks a lot like the area around Eagle's Nest. Just to the east of Eagle's Nest, Noront, when I was working in Noront, now it's Wailu. Wailu has a mineral zone called Thunderbird. Thunderbird is titanium, vanadium, iron. Sort of like Vespa as well, but Vespa is much more concentrated, much richer in value, a lot more metal in the ground, and potentially a lot larger. And Thunderbird and Eagle's Nest are like brother and sister, and I think Vespa is potentially a brother or sister, like close by. And this is what was really exciting when we found it, is that, okay, well, are we close to another Eagle's Nest? Have we found, part of the story, but maybe there's more to it? And it looked like that was the case. I think it was one of these holes right in here. We've only drilled about 25 holes here, so we're really early. The whole system is 20 kilometers long, so 20 kilometers, and we've drilled 20 holes, 4 centimeters. So very, very small part of the story that we understand. Thankfully, the rock is very, very magnetic. So in this case, we used a drone. So we used these little drones, and we flew the drones over back and forth instead of a helicopter, so that we could get the drones close to the surface. It's a little bit safer, and we get a more detailed picture. So this is really exciting. This is something that Juno will continue to work on. I think it could be a really important part of the story. I think there's a really important connection here to Sault Ste. Marie and Algoma Steel. But definitely what this is a huge opportunity for critical minerals and for the legacy of the Ring of Fire.
Ego kazimiki gagen wanike tas nizet nasnyanan na giana tagagi ego tege tege na gihanike. Artige chiges nistutana hi ha kois nikazo pane ha kapasago tseja snakom magnat kainainet. Pani go magnat kainainet. Ego ingago sagen ego kitchana kiot nanen magnet ingago Gagon Dominic Kito, the Aminico gets 9 Dominic, okay, one of my Agonic Honik, we get serious together. I got the Simonic Gisica great diamond, encouragement is on the organic Kito. They were in the mean of the Gahidaya in a ring of fire. To can here, Koseg in on Mikigan, they were in the Daya, Gisnandi Kendamic. They were distributed not Tayage Gunanik. We are the Mikigan.
Okay, this is just a little bit closer view. Just really fast, the other important thing about Vespa is you can separate the metals very easily because they're so magnetic. And I have a case here, I'll show you afterwards. Basically, with a simple magnet, if you take the rock and you crush it and grind it down to a powder, you don't have to add any chemicals, nothing like that. You just run a magnet over top of it, and it separates the iron and the vanadium to a point that is then ready to be turned into steel. It's ready to go. And then the really fun thing is that the waste rock, the other part that's not magnetic, is very high titanium, scandium, and gallium. Recently learned this gallium there. Gallium is a really important one because China has basically told the United States that no more gallium from China. So often when you hear about critical minerals, you're going to hear about China, because China and Russia produce most of the critical minerals of the planet. And places like the United States and Canada are looking for new sources of these metals. So gallium is one that's very, very talked about a lot right now. But this area is huge. You know, we're looking at 20 kilometers. If we only go down 200 meters, Eagle's Nest goes down 2 kilometers. But if we only go down 200 meters, this could be like 1 billion tons of mineralized rock. 1 billion. Eagle's Nest is 20 million. So this is very, very big. And what that means is it could be a very long history of working with these rocks. But it's a very big opportunity. It's early days. We only discovered it in March or April of last year, so not even about 1 year ago. And it's early, but it's very, very interesting, I think.
Monica Gasmic got in Gavazani, I had again. Because check off and they go on in the Indian. And then Kashiko organize again, hide the Kashiko organize hide again, doing was I know to be getting. Ego Nick doesn't get to Nick, quick day, king as doesn't get met that quick on Jesus over and hide there. Gallium guide magnet. Ego the snow boy. I get to smoke man king where I had skinny China. Ego. Kain nos mega gimilis nos ignaregon. It says Mama Kazendo Aikito, Mihumanek guys with Kovanegan hide this and hide Nick. In Gavazan go, I have Gena, Jikena, the money Gena guys with Gajan.
Okay, this is a picture of, this is the drill core, so this comes out of the ground. It looks like a piece of metal. So I do have some here and I'll show you. But it's almost pure metal sitting in the ground. So this is really exciting. This is very heavy, very dense. But basically our next step is we would have to drill a series of holes. We need to understand how big it is. Like, what is the shape of it? What is the grade of it? How much metal is in the ground? In order to understand that, we have to drill holes. It's probably a lot of holes, probably 100, at least 100 holes. Again, they're only 4.5 centimeters, these are not big holes, but we'd have to drill these holes and get a view of what's in the ground. But that's what the core looks like, and I have a piece of it here that I'll show you.
Eko mamin nga tas naginegot sa mayami ni Christus of Tomeko. Pwede ka gimmick kate go ning ring of fire. Inga go sa ni go ni bo wasme hawani ka to haite. Ugo no gas me kigo jaga ya gas me kigo jaga chuno gas me kigo me gas. Inga go ni bo wasme ato haite nike haite singa kamika jimanike. Inga go sa ni bo ato wasme get tamisai kito hene. Yune what we on the guy no monike. No get tamisane. Yune umekiganya. Genus then Nibo Gads and Kinda Manikik.
So just the process, the exploration story. So again, the first step, airborne geophysics, then we put in an exploration plan. So this is a permit process, so how we engage with the community and how we engage with the government. So we put in a plan. Once we find an area that we are interested in exploring, we would then put in a permit to drill a hole. In that permit, we give locations and all that kind of thing. This is what a permit would look like. Those circles. Now, these circles, you have to keep in mind, these are 200 meters. They're very big. So that because we don't know exactly where we can put a hole. There might be a wet spot, or we try not to cut down any trees. So we move the hole to accommodate the local vegetation and the topography. So that we plan to go 200 meter circles, but we only drill 4.5 centimeters. So this is the plan permit that would go through to the government. And then once we have the permit, then we would we go in and we drill the holes, and then we remediate the site. We clean up everything. We take all of everything we brought in out, and we leave the landscape the way we have it.
Yes, now go here, pay magigante with the Canandes Nian, we always now coy. It's showing I mean, Chogama, when I mean, coin, yes, now permit Kaitagatic. We had got this again. They got the snake on 200 meters to go. A pitch on then on the bag of taken, not as it on then because we got taken, bag of taken.
And then these are some of the jobs and things that we do. So again, at the site, we have really important, we have a camp. We don't live here, obviously we're guests and we're visitors. So we have a camp that's set up, we have people that are helping us to be able to drill and do geophysics. We have cooks, camp managers, and pilots that help fly the helicopters. There's all kinds of people. And then we have people who help us with the sampling, splitting the core and sending parts to the lab. So it's really important. The people part of what we do is the most important part. We can't do anything without a really good team of people. This is one of our small drills. So you can see here's a can of gas. It's very small. The reason we use these small drills is because, one, we want to be able to look into the rocks and see what's going on. But we want to be able to do that quickly. So if we can pick the drill up easily with a helicopter and move it, without having to take it apart all the way down and take lots of moves, then that being faster allows us to drill more holes. But also it saves us a lot of money because helicopters, they use 1 barrel of fuel, one of these barrels, every hour. So you can imagine, what a barrel of fuel is. I don't know what a barrel of fuel is up here, probably $1,500, a lot of money. Probably it's many $1,000s every hour. So if you can save hours flying and moving things around, you can drill and understand the rocks more. And again, this is what the drill core looks like. It comes in wooden boxes. There are tubes of rock. We cut them in half, and then one half goes down to the laboratory in Thunder Bay, and the other half stays in the Ring of Fire as a kind of like a library, like the books that are in the library, as a record.
Cooks, camp manager, pilot, Kenoskagis, Kitsigadi, Kenyan, Kitsigat, Eugene, Nina, Miombe, but taken is now Kito, Gwenogana Kihago, Nangan skin dabas storming kitten, was the Egotus. Assigmate Nibo again they could got smear piece now as out again capital sona could habit Lomanic Kitchinaga they could habit smart solid that is not the command. He gave what Nibo habit to any Kagisabak of the Gabatak. He boys is sick in Assigmate Gesnikata. Assigmate Nibo is basic dragon basic way a drum guy basic dragon abat on the helicopter.
And again, we try to do things without having, we don't cut trails through the woods or anything like that when we're doing our groundwork. This is people doing geophysics, ground just walking through the woods with snowshoes, trying to reduce the impact of what we do. Again, using airborne geophysics as much as we can as well first. Next. And back to the drill. We're really proud of this drill. This is a really important, I think, very important step in the Ring of Fire. We started with a drill that could drill 10 meters of rock into the, so get into the rock by 10 meters, just to understand the geology. We want to say, okay, there's all these interesting spots. Again, the size of Prince Edward Island, over 200 kilometers, that we really like to understand. How do we move around quickly and understand the rocks really effectively? So we started with this really lightweight drill. It's gotten a little bit beefier, a little bit stronger. Instead of only drilling 10-meter holes, now we can drill 250-meter holes. So again, the CN Tower in Toronto is 500 meters, so half of the CN Tower. And the first one could only drill straight down, but now we can drill angles, any direction basically we can drill. And that's important because the geology has a shape, the rocks have a shape. Like Eagle's Nest is straight up and down. So you have to drill a hole at an angle to hit it and to understand what's happening. So this is a very important and a big part of why we've been successful. And I think it's an important tool in the Ring of Fire to advance the understanding of the rocks and to find more metal and to to build up that what the metal in the ground and the legacy of the Ring of Fire.
Gagawin manas tong nilagay sa katasiyan kito ego mottagum sem nigatiga nikito iwe kannan dikke jigaji mane kyo kita kamegati kannan dikke nawajan ke ego nigo kabe go tegan kito kitawana no da kutte kaisai king Toronto CN Tower gajgade abit tab go he nigo kebe go tegan nikito mi gai nigo ka iwe here is CN Tower.
And then, just a few more pictures, but you can see this is an area where we drilled. I think this is best actually, in the middle of the Ring of Fire. And we go to the next picture. Yeah, and that's what it looked like after we left. So this drill is really light, so it doesn't leave a big footprint like on the ground. we can pick it up again. We don't use roads or trails or anything like that. We can pick it up and move it on to the next place. So then when we're gone, we complete our work, there is no footprints left over. It's very, very small. And I think that's really important.
Devinin otomatik kailangan kita yung governance tungkol kasi kata siya kita. Eko iba ko tayo kami kita. Mutsi biyan mutsiyan sebagai naam negara negara kita siya kita. Maatse se endo otomatik kita ini kagak guna jaga cibi guna kata siya.
Take a look at then of course we're here because partnerships with First Nation communities is really essential. We can't do what we do unless we have partnerships and working arrangements, especially Webequie. Webequie is essential to everything we do. We use the airstrip, and we have so many people in the community working with us. So we are we're honored to work with Webequie and very respectful of the relationship. And again, thank you for having us here today. I think just a couple more pictures. These are the people from Webequie who are on our team. And we'll just leave with that map. Any questions?
Bigyan kahit anong himayin sigurahan na pasikan, nagkawihan na sinigaso mga First Nation hatskin ya Martin Falls hatskin Casablanca. Bigyan na was bigas off po niya nake, bigyan na tasikan na kay huita na himayin kita na. Kaya wala ay kapatik.
When you make a move, what do you do if you find nothing there? What do you do?
We keep them. So, we often find nothing. This is a game, it's not a game. Exploration is really tricky. So usually we find nothing. Probably only, 10% of the time we find some metals, and maybe one time in 1,000 times you find some metals that are, there's enough metal that it's worthwhile. So what we do with the rocks is we keep them in the ring of fire. So they're put in piles and they're stored in the boxes. So again, it's important. Every rock is important. It's part of the story. And we keep them there like a library. So we have a library of rocks that we keep in the middle of the ring of fire. Oh, the hole in the ground. Okay, yeah, there's no, you wouldn't see the hole in the ground. It's pretty small. So what happens typically, very quickly, especially here, the hole is full of water. And then the vegetation will grow over top of it. You wouldn't see it. So because they're just small holes, the hole will almost all immediately fill up with water, and you won't see it. And we don't leave the casings, especially if we don't find anything, we don't leave a pipe in the hole. We take the pipe out. If we do find metal, we sometimes leave the pipe, because what we'll do is then send, just like an X-ray machine, we send a device down the hole, and we can look around the hole and understand, okay, is there more metal nearby? Or sometimes we take a picture of the rocks down the tube and we can understand the geology better. But when we're done and we've learned everything there is to learn, we can take it out and then there's nothing left.
This was maybe. We tried to show a couple pictures here, but basically, when we leave the site, we're typically only here for a couple of days at a time. There's nothing left behind. Like there's people that we have a whole closing inspection site, and anything and everything that's there gets picked up and brought up to camp, or ultimately flown back south. So, a couple of days to a week after we've been there, you wouldn't probably be able to tell that we were there at all.
Mas na corpo da escola que está em que não vou pedir que gata niak. Except no what we thought me not to get nino to get agi. Kagi na me thought on it.
What about your garbage?
The garbage comes out too.
Yeah. Yeah. So all the garbage is brought back to site. Most of it, if not all of it, is flown like south to Medina or something like that. So we don't really have, there's metal and things like that we accumulate, and then when we have a full plane load, everything leaves the area. There's nothing that's left in. You're on a roll. Do you want to ask a couple more questions? You're taking over the room. This is great. Any more questions?
Anything like oil or gas, whatever?
So, yeah, once again, anything, and I can show you some of the pictures, but we have spill beds and spill kits. So anywhere where there's any kind of fuel activity, like see, for example, it shows in this picture, but these are, so even if there's any fuel that spills out, it's nothing actually touches the ground. So, and then any waste fuel, any oils, things like that, it once again gets flown out. Oh, translation.
Anekdot. Rather, she's translating for them. Yes. I guess this is mainly it's the drums and all that. When are we taking those out?
Yeah, so as we talked about beforehand, so we do have, one thing that we've actually done in listening to what the community's been saying about the drums, there are still some there, we are crushing them on a regular basis, but we actually switched over to bladders. They look kind of like a swimming pool or a water bed, and so we also too want to get rid of having to handle the drums. So after this year, we won't have any drums going forward. We had a very small amount of drums that came up, but everything now is and they have like triple containments. There's multiple fail-safe systems so that there can't be any leaks and things like that. So, but yes, we are working towards crushing all the drums that are left at the dump and taking those all as well. Okay, well, if there's no more questions, I will put the food up for everyone, and yeah.
Yeah, I did some research regarding about our island when I was working for North Superior Workforce Planning Board. And I've seen those drums that are there. Some of them are open lid when they got here. And then I saw some of your garbage that was sitting behind the gate, and I think some of them are still there. And that's what the main concern was coming from. Down at the airport there. And then also for you to remember is when those garbage arrive here, they were open. And there were some workers there that finally went there and then I don't know what they were put them on a tarp kind of thing there. And And as we recall, as our First Nation ourselves, we just received our reserves there, our reserve status finally, and somewhere around 2000. And what we were really concerned about is our First Nation is not a garbage dump. That's what we see from my side. As a person that lives here all my life, I've lived here all my life, and that's why I'm more concerned about that. And then we don't know what's under that. After those barrels were all crushed, we don't know what's spilled or what's there, and we've been having problems with that. Even with the Northern Store, even with the old day school, we have contaminated soil from all of that, all those projects, and that's why we're more concerned about that because we finally said that this is our reserve. That's the word.
No, thank you for saying that, and that's why I've heard you say it, I've heard Donald and other people say it, so that's why we're working to get away from drums, and so it's an eyesore, and so we recognize and hear that, so yes, there shouldn't be any drums in the future going forward. Okay, well, thank you very much again for coming, everyone. Which one did you agree? Next steps. This one? Yeah. Okay. Well, I think the one thing that Jeremy touched on is that this particular area for next steps does require quite a lot of drilling, and we're not actually planning that at this point. It's something, so as much as this is a next step for us, we're not actually going ahead with doing this drilling at this point. So once again, as Jeremy touched on, the drilling that we are focused on for this year is in that north zone, in the gold zone. So up in the blue and red. So the next step was in this region, but currently for right now, the only drilling that we have is at these two targets. Oval Lake would be right here. You can barely see it, so. Okay. Oh yeah, Leon sent me a picture, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Pluto and North X are the target areas at the moment. Yes. So for right now, we have roughly 3,500 to 4,000 meters planned, and the average depth of those holes will be 250 to 300 meters, average depth. So,
question is for these roads for use in the area needs to be monitored. Those sites in order to monitor. Last I was starting the idea of the last year.
okay.
So, once you made it a hole, and automatically the water fell out. So that water needs to be monitored what's goes into the hole.
Yeah.
And that's what they're.
So we do take water samples after every drill hole as well too. Happy to share those results with you. Yeah. We do that.
Yeah, that's
So we part of the permitting process is we take pictures before, during, and after to be able to show basically that nothing's left behind. And then we're taking water samples after the conclusion of every hole. And we actually set up trail cameras at every hole as well to track any wildlife in the region. So all that is happening with every single hole that we do.
those are the terrible animal habitat areas.
Yep, so any of the class 1 identified caribou areas, there's, you probably know just as well as I do. Right.
We haven't been there. That's why they're, right, in that area, not in time.
Yep.
That would be helpful in the long run to know that.
Okay. Yeah, no, we're happy to have an environmental, someone from the community to do that, yeah, by all means, we'd set up that position.
Area, water contaminated or water.
Okay.
Our interpretation
Tangay jagat marriage. Ke pan ashko bega dahige ashko ke jibenat nesun. In shop ne hai jibinda jagat nepe. Ei dashke gan do juin da din pan pinda jagat ma paga men gan boza be kinige. Boza be kinige dige ma abatan. Nepe boza be kinige de biobe. Posa min Japan ga binda ga min posa to ga hani ke Japan ma chama ga ugi se da chama ga ni ge gonga posa ga min se ke paket nun uji ba kwen meter shna paket nun ka ji ba kwen me ma be ji ga me konen paket nun mete ugi ji ga ma de ya gon de ni Ogi se da sie jama gane ke se ga bit bunyon pwede go asabo no wat kinin je te pan tani mama jama gane go panige ano tini go tani ang wi maga zeni go ga shi go wi bat tiang wi maga kiye ye ga boza kiye ke na paga meningen ke na bodona minde ke osen minde Ni tijabak, haga sasman, time the magong ni gana gana chigat, mo gima kumaga ba bijapan. Isyo ke kung gagawin man ha mo gima. Ke beji ko pangigawin ni ganosan mi dekidon, pangigawin sa gawasin mi dem. Kamush ko again gima tagakon. Gima kumikanga abamiyan. Lord again, very go bangin again. You come da hog show the woman, but Nishana than any wicked over. I take more Magava, we chat on one. But on I'm going to separate. Mashko together as an apathy here. Another question I have put in mind is the size of your property and the claims. And nobody haven't tell us or haven't heard who are the investors for your exploration program. I know when we started,
That mamagamat tapan January 6, 2021 kaswaki nagawan may God ni minano no banoma ipinan sa hong nagubanda 9:30 kita 7:01 January 6, 2021 siya tiga jang giban de hega tiga besh pwede kota gawas sa ganda kono yan tanga komunya yo imana ito dapat Mina sedikian dia sang ingata ko kay ovole ka jigate letame ha noron ga isda ina ga gijda ginis semendas ab mustagma ha kaptur mustagma hot skani vai tanindas ya nisyang bani igi skogan ga ni mega yes es mega ga gi nisyang Inge kumishinga obama ne hakate ko game got. Mishno gelai. Back in January 6, 2021 at 9:30, we flew from here to Overlake with Todd, yourself, and myself to look for where the your exploration camp might be located for that year to start off the program. At that time was quite a bit of snow, lots of snow. And we saw on the way and back, we saw lots of caravels out there being on the area in the Muskeg area on our route to and back. So today is the we haven't seen any caribou, and even this year. So my buddies and I went to the camp hunting camp on 28 to May 2 this year, just north of your camp. So we didn't see any caribou or ducks or no geese. We didn't even kill one geese this year. However, we haven't find out why there were no birds out there. Could be a climate change or change pattern of their migration. So later on, I heard that from a lady that in Port Hope they had quite a bit of geese stopped there on the Alberta River. As soon as they migrate from there direct to Hudson Bay, direct to James Bay coast. So we didn't get hardly anything that went by here this year. So that's a change for our livelihood, our culture. So the other area before 2 or 3 years ago, I mentioned to Ministry of Mines in Thunder Bay office that I need a stick to point that you have a stick or a ruler or something. And we pointed out that we told him Carol, who was at the Neil Bennett, the officer director in the Thunder Bay office. So this area here, you know, the numbers, the square mile numbers. So I told him that we don't want any exploration in this area because we use this river, Stockman Lake, Plant Lake, all that river. I mean, the Sturgeon, my camp, our camp, or family camp here So we told him we don't want any expiration in this area here, I think, where that dog leg is right here. So I told him that we don't want any expiration, I guess he didn't keep that. So I have to go see him in his office. Why did you allow permits here? I told you before, we don't want any expiration in these areas here, I told him. Higay na giban na gaban ng mga kagon di bakit naman dito ba hakat ng no das yun ang ginawa ng ito gima panweox new Bennett. So I believe I CC'd copy to Jono's office that letter I message. So we don't want any drilling along these rivers here. So these claims here, we don't want any drilling activities along the river, 1,000 meters on the side, or 1,500 meters on the side, and we haven't even decided, all of us here, we talked about the agreement, family agreement with the government exploration company. So we're going to be presenting that agreement later on in the coming months, and to you and Wilo guys, because we're not getting anything out of this. If the money goes to the First Nation in this office here, when money goes in here, it's gone, because we've been in deficit for thousands of years. We've been in deficit. I worked here before. Every time money comes in, the bank took it. When you had a debt somewhere, or a health program, a cultural program, a sports program, that's what they do. They don't treat us good, the banks or the government. So we want the value of this Ukraine area. I'm talking from the truth. We want to see the value of the whole area here for reconciliation. We want to get paid today, not in 30, 50 years' time. Whatever is happening in activity, we do have a tree supply road project and other projects in the area. We don't want to benefit after we die. We want to benefit right now. That's what these young people are going to do anyway. We want something tangible, progress, and delivered right now, not later. So if the new Bennett is still around, somebody get a hold of him to message me, to get back to me, and we want to meet him in Thunder Bay or Toronto. We have 15 of us, family members, that we will give in this pass on this area here to hunt and survive. And also Adawaska people were here too to hunt, fish. So recently we flew over here. So when we flew from Webequie, we went by there, you can't. We flew over here somewhere. So we need your help. We need your help after we're going to do some clear cutting. So we're going to put the teepee in there where our ancestors lived before. We have evidence, artificial evidence that we gathered. So this guy here, my friend Kit, I call him Kit. He's not going to be a Kit in 5 years' time or 10 years' time. He's going to be like me or more power.
I wanna trade him. And I get information from his grandfathers. We still have letters from our ancestors, their grandfathers. I just passed on the one letter to him. That's what we want. When government people allowing the permits, they have to come here. They have to come here to listen to the people. What are we getting out of this, allowing these permits, allowing this ring of fire expiration? That's what we're telling them. And they also, my leadership, they're gonna meet the premier sometime. Premier's gonna run over everybody. That's what he's been saying. He's gonna run over everybody. We wanna take a responsibility to hold Ring of Fire, a true partnership, so we can benefit. He's not gonna run over me. If I'm around for a while, then he's not gonna run over me. I'll run over him where he is. Because I've been trained to negotiate from the knowledge keepers. My grandfather, grandmother, uncles, I have their wisdom as they carry that. And same thing, these ladies here, they carry those wisdom of their ancestors, their grandfathers, and mothers, and parents, and everything. Nobody can come here just to tell us what they want to do. You have to work with our leadership. And that's a message. And also, we want to talk to investors. We want to know how much they make money out of our land. Investors. If they invested 5 million or 30 million, well, I want 10%. We're going to impose our Webequie tariff 10%. And later on, it's going to be 50%. And later on, it could be 75% tariff. Serious business. Everybody's doing that. We're going to put down tariffs on the all-weather roads here. We're going to put tariffs on the exploration, mining, everything. Today, most of us are broke. After you work here at Chief and Council, staff, they don't have a job after that. No consulting job. Sitting here, I worked here for 35 years, volunteer most of it, and today I don't have nothing. Remember that. We don't want people just to fly over here, come here, go to work, and then make them rich out of our land. We want a fair share of the profit and revenues. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to do. So these things, so you make sure to write it down. Who's writing it down? The notes. We don't want any drillings happening here along these rivers. Right here. You're gonna have to withdraw on this one, please, Jamie and Jacob. Please withdraw. No drilling there. Thank you. Igor. Just say yes.
Thank you, yes. All right, I think we'll put out, I think it's time to, everyone's probably very hungry and waiting very patiently, so thank you very much again, and we'll start putting it through.
Yeah, it's Kel sound. Test the audio on the screen. Tony? Yeah. Can you test the audio? Okay, yeah. Testing, testing. Testing. We are testing. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Check, 1, 2. Yeah. Check, check. Testing, testing. How's the sound on here? Check, check. Anyway, we heard it. I think it's probably fine. Yeah. Okay, cool. This is just a mic for everything, I think. So I can hear you loud and clear in there. Hi, Chris.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test. In about 5 minutes, guys, we'll start the next presentation. Tony, do you need the mic up here or we're going to use this? Okay. Test, test. Are we good, Tony? Is this loud enough? All right.
Have someone log in.
Strawberry.
Tony's my spell check. All his education. Good? We're good? Okay. Chris. All right, guys. We're going to start the presentation from the beginning. Chris McKay, please take a seat. I just want to introduce our team there, Tony and what's his name again? Adrian. Don, Representative Atkins Realis, you want to just shake your hand? Um, Marion, McKenna. I know there's a few others floating around. I don't know where they are. Hey, oh yes, Chris. And a few others. I'm just sharing who's who, and of course, Serene Spence. We're pretty excited here. Roy's going to help translate. And the reason we're excited, because this is your report, draft report. Okay, I have to wait for Roy. All right, Serene Spence, Roy Spence, that's enough. Yeah. Just joking. We're really, really excited because of the fact that we're near a very important milestone for the project WSR, Webequie Supply Road. Always remember that Webequie Supply Road is actually the community's road. And it's been 7 years. 7 years since we started this study. And right in front of us is most of the report, I think, Marion, right? And this is just the report. There's actually appendixes that will fill another table in a few weeks.
Miwe kai bitoanga tabaji motoanga hoe hi hoe bekoe mi kana hoe bekoe ngomaga jamaji tomoko hoe namon kai just ni kanyong mi siwe hi tabaji mo beban ye gatek masnegan hi skotdaga an kubi higan kanyo sibi gatek aninya sige gon pi en pichi bi gatek no ke gon saga kibi gatek.
So the main report, like the main one, will be 3,000 pages, plus an additional 4,000 in appendixes. So why we're saying that to you is because we're not expecting you to read this. There's no test we're going to do on you. This is just a technical report. Our plan is to simplify it and translate it into the smaller reports.
Ego inigo inigo ka dabasagi he debajumu wasnagan ego the shinigo mayam kotaga kenyo stigadek the som dazak niom dazak to the swagish ni he debajum wasnagan we be ko mi kana with the ring of fire guy in the damuk he had the skan shinigo in nandan masan goji mizegin dank nun skaji tabasbigadegin kajigika bigadegin miwa etageji keji hayagin dangiban keji mi kana bagata he minu kegunga naga chigadeg.
So you're free after to take copies of this. If you have computers, you can take one of these, and it has the report on there also. So if you want your kids or your relatives that want to go through the report, that's a memory stick. Memory stick.
Yeah, memory stick. Okay. Mima ye biobakung kagan nigadeg ye gabindeg ma mima ne kege keshnago king biobakung sigandnum.
This is not done. This is a draft. I think that's an important thing. And I'll explain why later, why it's just a draft right now. You guys are getting a view of it because it's your report. We're going to release it to the other Indigenous public in the near future.
Hinaan siin mas negan gatek ni higad gadik nigan ka giknod nigadik kadvad mutgadik maam gavi tibad deg hod nigan vi ni he nestam he.
So I'm going to go with what's going to be expected. Oh. I'll just go through it. If you could remember, this is the proposed road to the proposed mine. There's 3 options in there. There's and within here. So we have and so there's a preferred option, one of the 3 that is this one here, but within the 2-kilometer radius, or what am I trying to say? The from the center line, the corridor. There's 3 options in there.
The Shag Gizi Nanda Kinjagade, the Swag Gina Kessing Mikana. Ye Minigoka Kapita Deak, Kapita Nagashkag, Nisha de Bahaban, Konag is Nana Chad, Nisha de Bahaban, Pita Dea, Gamsko, Bigadik, Imadas Nassau, Mima, the Swag Gadik, Gina Kessing Mikana.
So to build roads, you need material, you need rock, what they call aggregates. So where are the aggregates or the rock to build roads? We're looking at this source here. It's a big pit or rock of aggregates. There's enough aggregates here to build all of this.
Hima Skajmuskubigadik, Orange Gajinok, Mimanik, Kajmikigadik, Jontnigadik, Mikanawe, Neonga Badak, Asinge Jabadit.
So if you're going to build, you're going to need people to build. And part of that is where are you going to house them? Where are you going to shelter them? Well, there's preferred sites for camps as well. So we're looking probably at 150, 200 people camps. And there's 4 camps that they're looking at to build this road. Camp 1 is here. Camp 2. Camp 3, and then Camp 4.
Niwe get the stage, or Chigat Yonge Shigabe shot, Ganji Mamad Nokiat, Kajitad Mikanani, Umabeshunch, Wed Namun, number 1 Gajigadik. We know at number 2 Gajigadik, with the middle leg, Kagad the Modnik. We know Shednik Namun, number 3 Gajigadik. En daarin is jaard, geen nog jaard, is dat. Dus number 4 at the man, pangani si dagatomok.
These camps are not like a hunting camp. They're huge operations. So this is an example of a camp. And what's in a camp? Construction camp. A construction camp has accommodations, or the bunkhouse for workers, has construction offices, on-site kitchen, dining hall, first aid station, communications, wastewater treatment, groundwater supply well, waste handling and storage, electricity supply, above ground sewer. So it has all of this for one camp.
Yan ang gani bitabiga taking kishna kiega ishi unchi nokiat kaustad mikanani kishne baat nokinanek oshi biga gamik kishisnanyunk kish ganju jahanit andaw hon ke toehi he skenne biga patumwak ne bejonda jigoik muabo he ge anam kamuavo ganju minikadik ganju daknebe Webinigan skege nagat chigadik ji kanan jigadik he ske ya ida badanon hin kabmad nikat chiganyongin oskanin jiganin kan oskanin ganong ego ge hi oskanumde ge ji kanan jigadik kan jama mushko jigat ego ge andige ji anushnot ego ge jettoaden aber chiganan gab mir betekenen get shugung ga ya tot
Okay, before I start that. You're probably looking at 150 to 200 people per camp. So the idea is that most of those people would come from Webequie, the people that operate that. As part of this camp is 60 heavy equipment operators. I'm just waiting. So each camp, each camp, construction camp, will be employing about 150 to 200 people, and the majority of that is assumed that's coming from Webequie. Part of the specific job to build roads is heavy equipment, and you're going to need about 60 heavy equipment operators, you know, to build the road. So 150 to 200 employees at the camp. You're going to need cooks. You're going to need camp operators, fuel handlers, and of course, heavy equipment operators will be between 60 heavy equipment operators.
Mima gojibung doktan mit ni shock da shock genaga nokinaga ka sto je ye mi kanaga stigadik gojda shugu godasm ne hab me besot taban nga ya bajhat ka mi kanaga
I'll talk about training around those things later because it's tied to the partners you have to connect with to do the work, right? Okay, so where are we now? We have a draft here of the Webequie Supply Road. This is 7 years of work right here. It's about probably $15 million of field studies, understanding the natural environment as it is today. And what that means is Here's the natural environment. What happens when you put a road on it? That's what they call the effects assessment. And that's what part of this report is. And we are starting to release this on June 9th.
Yeah, Jongi history, but Nigadeg here, the Badrum's Negan. Yeah, Minigo Kasha, Soka Giseg, Medashnano, Chiminian Gajatik. Is Shoyaze, Kegunin Damagak, Imagashi Bigadik, Okema in Cabin Segateki, he got Ojadik, June 25, Kashi Bigadik. Bima ase endama kihe mis minone ngano jibiga degin upon bina December 26th is sake upon the judiga deghe gitmas negan shaban nga had okima.
So this, I want to make it clear that this is estimated. If we are able to submit the final draft at the end of the year, that's what we call the best case scenario. The base case may be February, worst case, summer, June, and I'll explain why we don't know that right now.
Bima December 25, 26 jibiga deghe shi pagniga deghe mam hege kegi has and he got deghe the bajamun. Morgan yard you can go gemainek. Not going to move to Kema ke February sick, Kema ke when John is sick.
I call this the I don't know, how do you say it, layered cake of activities. Yeah, there's so many these guys are busy because this report's one piece among the other things that has to happen at the same time. So this is the report. You look at the timelines, we're gonna submit at the end of the year. Next year, we're hoping for approvals. Then we got to think about constructing the road and how that's done. Then Webequie has to negotiate, the whole idea of governance and ownership. Webequie has to find partners for aggregate operations, heavy equipment, camp services, helicopter fuel services, all those joint ventures that has to happen with Webequie to maximize the economic opportunities. That's a major stream of activities. And of course, that joint ventures really is tied to the Webequie training, because once you joint venture with someone, say camp services, the camp service partner will have a training plan, for the 4 camps that maybe the joint venture for heavy equipment will have a training plan for heavy equipment operators. You're going to need 60 heavy equipment operators trained up if this project goes. So this partnership and training, they're tied together because your partners will bring the training, because that's what they do.
Yeah, January 25, I give you big adek, Azagagi P, she's a Kibiga Dagon, Anokin, the story got the guy Natamuk, December 25, 26, the Shmia Pan, the Pagatniga Deg, he, the Bajamun, environmental Sesmanga Dick, got Degams Negan, we got the Knigagon, got Degin, Gishka Degin. Guy machine singing. Is 2026 de huurde de Ontario gemein, Canada gemein, die bij man te komen naar moord. God is misschien is de schouw die gewoon helemaal tijdens zeggen. Je gaat gewoon in je gaat dik. We hebben kwijt John in dan gaan in kijk de band dan gaan mi kanalen. En in geen dat tegen je moet je gaat dik. Kan je ook gemaakt kan je gaat dik. Hij gaat dus kan je gaat dik. Awan in ke no nagan ut ge dap nagan ut juid no kimagan ut kai os tod vi kanani ni on ga ni ga de ke abad chikanan ke gonun ge ma kamp ke gonga vi ka ya badakin ka hon ju tod ga de ke oninge ge meset maget ge va ko de and ge shonatte ge hiosan med de ke gonun go tagen mi hiwa auya Gen an dab maganit, gave no ki maganit, me partnership kajigadik. So I want to make a comment that I was listening to the Council of Elders of 3D 1 to 11. They were talking about the partnerships. And the she mangeji and konotama dig partnership kajigadik. Dance the shiniga here kajigadik here. Dan goma ni shaygash otis nikadana van haigitya here in partnership kitchahabago elder. Ingishagija ma jugashi spag and snabe kendasun. Saga konga gadri kendasun. And he is gay chicken University. What the partnership means between Canada industry, businesses, and Indigenous people or individuals. Partnership is gotta go with the truth, support, recognition, identity, and equal and respect. We minno onji tamadwin. Minno onji tamadwin. Minno with the nokimi doing. That's how they translated that partnership. Minno kabe onji tamadwin. You better write that down, Gordon. Minno kabe onji tamadwin. We jihid doing, we nokimi doing. That's the interpretation of our Indigenous elders of the meaning of the partnership. Because kikanahama doing, how I got with nokimat, how I get up, not get nokima, I got told nyongoni, go double chicken Kaishi Danyung, Messagma, Gagibakude, Gossan Mide, the Dagosin Shimai, Chicken Homondo, Gimagan of Kiach, got Dawson Midna, Oyekton and Danimark, Hedji Kashkiwatch.
Push escape.
Okay, I don't need, I was gonna map out what's happening in the next 8 months. So think of next month. So what you see here is the what we call the early release for Webequie. So there's 7 years in the making. And in here, there's actually what they call a record of consultation. All the community engagement that we did here in Webequie, plus also all the engagement we did in the 21 other communities around this report. It's called the record of consultation. And those comments help shape this report. The Indigenous input from your community, from other communities, from NGOs, what they call environmental NGOs, from public and regulation to Excel. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's good enough. It's kind of weird looking. So weird. Okay, I'll blow it in, I'll blow it out. Okay, so right now I'm blowing it out for time. May, this is today. This is what we're doing in May. Early release for Webequie. There's going to be what they call an Indigenous review period. Okay, let me just make 2 points. There's nothing in law right now that compels Webequie, that tells Webequie, go do this. Webequie on their own is saying, because we understand our neighbors, we're going to give them an early release of the report so they can have a longer time to review it. So that's what we call the Indigenous review period, 60 days starting June 9th.
Imanong kumme 25 kashibigadik umaga shikagina nagachiadigin indigenous knowledge nishnabe debajamunin in the morning the shaki kange gungagi nagachiadik agi nandawan jigadik gunya makanugen hima Mino John Geese is a fundamental say. Tamad say and Shinny can Webequie Ti Nanaga Distorjini Kagizinando Kindiganung Kajni Biokamigak Ketskaji Akagajiak Nebedaske Anaming the Ske Nebegayak Mino the Shima Hingo Yajishin the Skegungajna Kamaki Kang and Tawakin.
So this is how it works. This is I gotta explain this. This is not easy. So when you submit a report like this road, it could be anything. It could be a transmission line, it could be a railway, it could be a road, it could be a hydro site. You have to submit a report to the government. And the government takes it and says, okay, you have to get a public review. And this is what this is that this June, July, August, September, the 22 Indigenous communities get to review it, as well as the public gets to review it. So if you're a tourist operator, if you're a canoeist, or if you're a bird watcher, or if you're airline prospector, whatever you are, as a public review, you get to review the report and you can comment on any part of this report that's the most concern for you. If you're concerned about water, if you're concerned about caribou, about fish, about the peatlands, about your way of life, not just Webequie, but the 22 communities, they can say it. And that's what this review period is. So Webequie said, let's give the other 21 communities a longer review time. Then we'll do a public review for 60 days. If you can remember why we don't know how long when we make the final submission, and I just put it up here. Because we don't know the number of comments. So I've been a part of other projects, a pipeline project, and there was 10,000s of comments on those. It took us several months to address each comment. So the unknown here is how much comments are we going to get in this review period? We don't know. It could be a few hundred, or it could be a few thousand. We just don't know. But regardless of the amount, it doesn't matter what the number of comments we get, we have to respond to every one of them, no matter what. It doesn't matter if it's a community member, it doesn't matter if it's a company or a municipality, it doesn't matter. We have to respond to each and one of them.
Here, the sky, Nanaga, Chigadig here. Here, must Nagan got thick. Here, Gongavi, Tojigadik. The road, the Inatamuk. We the show I got the Panga Anima to say here. Gonna get August, September. Season Jamon Dawiak. 21 communities. 22 mama giginaint. English go tenang. And we go G Sam can get a dog and get in a walking. Get a dog and up in here. Magajoshi be got the Gagon and Gamagano shake a game, Mr. Go. How ya she check Mozo. How you got signals that. Gagon, she got take a dog, how you can all get on a chick in the watch. Me shepherd here. Game go 1,000 or 10,000. With the sock that's in the Kedon and the Bishamagadon. Me shepherd here, me not Pangaji. Can you see Mount we got take here that almost shaggy chigadeg him out, spag here. Guys, the bad much chigadeg here. You almost does all cut the segging here. Here, guys, now here.
So once we get through this review period this year, whatever the number of comments, and the way it works is it's like a comment table. So what's the comment this person said, and then we have to respond to that. And then if it has to do with the government has to respond to that, or even the government may respond to our thing that we have to respond to. You'll see these columns that every comment has to be responded to. So that's why it takes a while. Once that's done, this comments and response table, whatever that is, say it's 2,000 comments and responses, the writers of the report has to take all those comments and then integrate them back into the report. They have to add and write all those comments into the report and address them. And that takes a while. And that's why we don't know. That's what I'm saying. The best case scenario, we make a submission in December. We don't know, because we don't know the number of comments that's going to happen. So in the meantime, if it's March next year, June next year, because we have way more comments than we thought. That gives us more time to come back here. So the plan right now is to come back here every month during the review. So there's 27 sections in here, or what we call chapters. These are the summaries of these chapters, and these are the translations of the summaries. What we want to do, each month, we come in and talk about the different chapters. So Thursday, Friday will be the Indigenous Knowledge chapter in archaeology. So we have another team coming in. One of the hardest things is that this is such a, what they call a team effort, or multidisciplinary team. I don't want to say big words, but it's a team effort. There's experts in every one of these chapters. So bringing people up that are experts of the Indigenous knowledge and archaeology, that's what we're bringing up Thursday, Friday. When we come in June, we talk about water, groundwater, surface water, the peatlands. We're going to bring the experts on that as well. July, wildlife and vegetation. We'll bring those the senior biologies or senior ecology up to talk about that. The socioeconomic impact assessment, the human health impact assessment, and the well-being assessment, what we call the people studies. We'll bring the writers and the experts on that as well. Some of them may not be as interesting. There'll be geology, terrain, soil, related to the road. And then at the end, we want to talk about mitigation measures. So mitigation measures is what are you going to do about the impacts? So you're going to have a list of impacts, because there are going to be impacts. Like you put a road on top of somewhere pristine nature, it's going to have different impacts. So the experts trying to predict what those impacts are and all those things, and then they create what they call mitigation measures, which is how you're going to manage the impacts around the road. And so one of the things we want to come here with is talking about specifically the mitigation impact. So if you're worried about water, what are we doing about the water, the discharge of that? If you're worried about caribou, what are the mitigation measures around caribou? If you're worried about fish, what is the mitigation on fish? Because it's very, very important to understand this so that if you have other ideas to it, and other communities will have ideas around mitigation measures, that we can incorporate them. So that becomes part of the ongoing comments period. And then lastly is the cumulative impacts. So it's not just the road project, but in the future, there'll be other roads. In the future, there may be a mine. In the future, there might be, whatever it is, it's the total impacts. That's what this is what cumulative impacts means, the total impacts in the future. And very, very important chapter in the report.
I'll do the backwards. Yeah, man, cumulative impacts, guys, you be hink. Pangagon, Maga, Kagi, Gina, coming a Kajadojadek, Mikanake, and Gagon, Gogadojadek, Sneak in, Mida Shimaneke, Hani Napanan, Jabakan, Segagon, Humaneke, Kikangagon, Hayashi, Shikaknogagon, Kasi mada sa open how you go and the going Jan the sege going up in here. I'm a he told you got dig here. Here the share. Gavi nanaga chigade the sogi shigoday said to be the bathroom of Tagwick. He here nanaga chicken where because the fly road here nuki gungagi naga chigade gashi. Ima kikangas nibi okam gagas yakyong nepe naming nebe. Oya shishak ganta ngegonen gnoshek gashi anjuisnad gadashi toad gnoshek and ske and dojige megakima tawin ngegon ihe is county madas jawie county kaishi county nahessege gon ihe tawning madzwin to the moon and the moon Majuhun mi manikegawishi keshi bigia megakia pan kai pagid nigadegin nenumas nahigan he feedback ajagadek tibi kidotge gona tibi hange gona ye hinge nishit nasbejige da shi kevin ji samagakin egon nishit nasnis asse da sabakke bihiganya gatek 27 sections in Devajomans Negan. Japan Pigia Magakinan, Bapagniga Degan, Oye on the big dog, Oye Kinosenganaga Jot, the Kiniganaga Tot, the Biniganaga Tot, Oyajishan, Kemani Shamantasok, Kidovin, the Bigia Magadon. Kakinashigo, Okema, and Nogo, Kanakwatan and Nunun. Nenun debat munun ego gema ye ani neji an konotamo dege mas nestam ye kit debat mun himad nenun tashigi ginung attegen mi kod dasgi jigi dasgi gan ka be bakkan ayak da bijag he ga jigi kendamot Kinongege oyajish kanta ke gonake nepe iganaga different expert kainat ningas nagajiot ke July is seg han oyajish nin had neke mi ge seg every month the sugar days sepan waganibi tibedabajum tagu ego.
This last point is that whenever we make the submission, like I said, the best case scenario is December. That may not be the case. It may be March. The way I look at it is there's the best case scenario, there's the base case scenario, and there's the worst case scenario. So the best case is December. I think the base case is March, and probably the worst case is probably next summer. We just don't know the number of comments until we go through it. We won't know. Once it's in, say we submit in December, it takes a year. It takes a year for the provincial government and their subject matter experts to go through each chapter. Every ministry will go through their respective expertise. The federal government's the same thing. Department of Fisheries and Oceans will look at the water, their species at risk or endangered species branch will look at caribou. So it takes that long. Whenever you submit it, it takes usually a year or over to approve a project. So it's not like around the corner, right? We have all this year to still go through the process, get reports from the 21 communities, the public, the government, and you guys, make all the comments and put it back into the report. And then whenever that is, December, March, or June, then you got to wait another year before the government makes the decision whether or not they approve it. And one of the things people lose sight of this. The mines don't need the Webequie supply road, right? The mines needs the north-south road to Nakina or Aroland. This Webequie supply road, the mines don't need it. The ore body, the thing that they're mining, has to go on a truck and go to a rail. There's no rail in Webequie. Like when you think of Webequie Supply Road, the Webequie Supply Road is an economic development road, you know, for the benefit of Webequie. It's not the benefit of the mine. The mine doesn't need a east-west road. It's north-south. And so the approvals, you know, for the province and the feds, it's in the air. We really, you know, they may approve it, but they may not fund it. You know what I mean? We just don't know. You know, the negotiators right now, you know, for the council is working that out. They're trying to ensure that Webequie benefits from any development in the Ring of Fire. And my eyes are wide open that despite the millions dollars spent for that report, we still don't know. We got to go through this process and learn what's in the report together. Put all the comments, make the submission, and once the submission, we have to wait. You really have to wait and see what happens. So I sometimes there's a sense of inevitability, like somehow this is going to happen no matter what. No, that's not true. The mine doesn't need Webequie Supply Road. It's an economic development road. Why is that? Because Attawapiskat was 91 kilometers from the diamond mine. And the family started breaking up because it was 2 weeks in, 2 weeks. They didn't have an all-season road. I know, because my mom worked on the impact benefits agreement, and she was telling me how not coming home affected the families in Attawapiskat. So the Webequie Supply Road is one of those solutions towards that.
Miigwech Michael. Isha gawin naman na ikay Michael. Wishing on the project. Ipanakadamas in this project under memorandum of cooperation. They used to present that agreement. And one of the articles in that your agreement, MOC, Memorandum of Cooperation, is regional development, and that includes roads. The reason why you have this project is because of Webequie's negotiations leverage to the Ring of Fire. That's the reason why. Mission Gandhi's taken in these projects because of your planning. Remember your land use planning? Remember your on-reserve land use planning? There's two plans. Your comprehensive community planning. A lot of people so this is the same crowd. Is what I see. The same faces. So that is the reason. WSR is your project. That was Webequie's initiative. I remember Ekanokian. And again, And one of them was the voluntary agreement. Yeah, you should be having a voluntary agreement. Ego dus mino, without your land use plan, CBLUP, and what you got even, we made an exception clause. And that two documents that I used to digging in and to allow for this project to happen. That's why you see this project. And you see this project because of your negotiations leverage to the Ring of Fire. You say, God, Jesus, say, if there was no Ring of Fire, there wouldn't be environmental assessment. So, you know, this good, the car project is Martin Falls project. They're down south. You must just in between, so that's why I say from Webequie Supply Road to the car, there's a project called Northern Road Link. Yes, this Northern Road Link, it falls under your memorandum of agreement. So under that memorandum of agreement, the control mechanism. And you know, here. Anin eglenen nenon nakunigen ke bagid naman nenon kasi missen naman eh. Iske huwag ay kidwek. Oga dodan os wag gimawin hugay tudo mo ach. Kay kidwek. Wasas mino odan ang ipijang ang ipijom an MTO, MNR. Agi maznahan os das there. Egonen and hima bindegen under their legislative frameworks in terms of how do they protect the Aboriginal treaty rights under those frameworks. Hindi sila ng bito, higa na tegen, here that Northern Road Link. Uwegay kidwik, Japanigod, tibidagod na monk, tabiok kahigayog. Anigod siya along that road. Mr. Sineno, gagi, present the kadig ba ni matchich. Ano kadi ang sa Sineno under that MOA agreement. Ima naso higab madamok is under negotiations. It has this need of my Roy, myself, Alana Baxter, Martin Falls. Yeah, there's Lawrence Baxter in the Martin Falls. So, Mr. Skies is sick this January, February, March. Kagini is sick this year. For government, you know, they called an election. They go, this Mr. Says sick upon election upon call. I know you got the because the ministers, they can't do anything. They can't commit to anything. Mr. Sky is saying that agreement, kind of what you're telling you, you give us a guy, this, you know, again, he's saying, yeah, federal government, elections getting do the mog. Gia, give us a camera. No much understood today. If you listen to our radio today, you will hear Bill 5. That is a real big issue about Bill 5. It's about fast tracking the environmental assessments and permits. So you guys got to be listening to that. You got needs to say in the government process. However, US this Himas Nasohima from the car project to WSR, that Northern Road Link is still under negotiations. Okay? Mr. Siagi Minage Biduan under the community meeting Minadojigadik, me and Roy, we're going to present that agreement and engage now in terms of engage on the Washmeg at Tegan. No, John, to protect your Aboriginal treaty rights and to your concerns. That's where we were at. I could die even Nina what the Sinuga Mebanichigadik and the Gunja de Bagadego. Koni we what they says no Hoganda Jindamana, or you know among they says this is a couple of years. 23rd, so what Danny is saying on Jenna, okay? So you can't make. But Opportunities, those are going to be real. So we have to be prepared. Aninge going for the community. Junji bijige our community. Shebangiga and doing the one.
Vi är disngonji anikonotamo hega ekidot. Ske webaka supply road pan debajumun bajumun kine pinjama kichugma kang Ontario government Canada gaman panda shikidot environmental minister. Gapan jibamin dangeni report gapan ji doka danghe supply road ji pagidna jonian. Baba Mahadoman the Shudder Chondo Ha Garden. And the skate Odamangapan Gapan Ui Dokatanghin. Pimagic and Daji Sega Nokin, Gino Devon, Webequie supply road from Webequie to Escorcamp. Conini Nina Sneakeni, Don the Zagesin, a Sneakeno Gabatosi. She had the guy on the Moknakina. Hago king to ring of fire he a sneaker mikana. Whether Shapangish fin a kidot Karen came out daikid on Nirmaminavan. As the Shima Gion and Daminavan or Todamank. Panhuagari not the Mukadi, Kishkinank, if the government doesn't approve Webequie supply road from Webequie to Eagle's Nest. Where the guys you go Kagabo and you get dominated. Casketon when you get your daughter and get Jiman Shang get joking out. Where the guys you got boying. Horse never got to get the baggage. We get old man I could not ni much in Ejiminetta. Came out, Ogamakanzi go again a country in the warm in here. Panwadi Gishkinank and the Pange Genakaboyan and Joshua Gaboyan. And there's a Pange Dotamang here doting. He doesn't down now and the Pabama had done her trying to be doing Miss General Nagoshik. We get command sure of a Hoguman Hagishman. Car Nikidut. Kanin Webequie supply road, we packet nasty Johnny Ikit. There are other options, good day and Gagon and Gimamet Nendan, good day and Tashin Diamond. Fanat Shia Baknin and Gamokinan and Haiti. What the Saban Damangi in 1930, Gamokinan here, Gamay and Gamina, Jamokin again. Kagi John and Damangi here. We go get Dodan Kasha, we go and got Debanger Shibigan. Came out here, guy, peanut the Mokago King, my eagle's nest, ring of fire, Ka Nazigi dog one, Azam Machina Kizibi. Kik dog one Shibigan, Sugodano, Gwenuk, Ugamakange, Gordon, Gwenushke. Gwenuga to Kanuk Doganuk. Kaman je Hoguman the Japania Pangagonga, seeming Shinagagi Gunga no Dege. We will have nothing if they don't approve it. No economic development, no jobs, no training, no community fund. So, Umada Shapan Pagit Nigadeg here, December, March, or June. Pagit Nigadeg upon his debatchunga, Ishama Chumakan. Pajigo won't understand the Indimagan here. Came out December, March, June 2027. Tajik Kendagon here. Came out Tishabonank, came out got Tishabonank. Whether it's going to approve it or no approval. here that I report to Webequie Fly Road from Webequie to Ring of Fire. Here guys, you be got dig. Me in a jumut here. Na das panda ba pagid ni gada na gumense o tenank in public and town and cities and 21 communities. They jawa ga don in Musnegan. Uganda dwa jumut tono inge shigo pang kitchano kise ho no gumo ga beni benu. Kweno ga ganok ki hangi do ngaba jana genuk. We our team, Chief and Council's team, the Michael Fox team, and Don Parkson's team, and Gordon's team. It's only 2 people, 3. Chief, myself, and Gordon. Only 3, but all it takes 3. It doesn't take 7. Thank you, Don.
So that's where it's at today. So we'll open up for the floor for questions.
Now break again. I'll have a 5-minute break.
5-minute break? Welcome.
And then I
Testing 1, 2. I have a question to everybody on this department you guys have. I have a question. What I want to say is my First Nation had enough. Had enough. We had enough already. You know, all these mining companies that come around here, they always say, let me dig it up and I'll give you a share. I don't like that idea. I've seen my First Nation been used as a garbage dump. I was here as a band council one time. Then I found out this is what I knew. The reserve was given to us people here, young and old. We were given a reserve. Roy was there when we signed that off. We were known as status. Finally, we were known as status people. We've been paying taxes just like everybody. I think that was 2002. That was yesterday. So now I hear the last meeting that was here, somebody giving out permits without coming here. Look at our place now. We still have a arena that's collecting dirt right now for 2 years. 2 years. Pretty soon I'm going to take my shovel there and bury it. Look at our housing. It's full of mold, overcrowded. Where I sleep right now, if you guys decide to stay here overnight, come to my place, see where I sleep. Every night, I take my mattress right to the living room. I'd rather have my daughter sleep in one room and my granddaughter in the other room. I'd rather have that. That's the meaning of I had enough. Somebody says over here, let me dig it out, and then I'll give you your share. Pretty soon we'll be long gone. Us guys, just like Roy said, we'll be gone pretty soon. And I don't want to see my grandkids and my daughters and my sons. I don't want to see them continue on this legacy that we have right now. Getting promises that mean nothing. And I'm fed up with that. So what I rather see right now is whoever gives those permits to these mining companies that are coming here every month. This is what I rather see. I rather see all of these elders. This is probably the only elders that we have left in this community. I want to give them a place where they can call home, a place where they can rest, not been sent out over there to live over there for the rest of their days. I don't want to see that.
And look at this guy here. He's on a wheelchair. He was sent out. He didn't want to live out there. He came home. And just a while ago, I think his battery ran out. And I'd like to see that today, somebody helping him. So I want to ask you guys, people from Webequie, even this thing over here, this what's so-called supply road. Look at that. How many millions of dollars have gone through this project? How many millions of dollars have this thing gone? I'd rather see a face with a voice. What I want to request right now is, I'd rather see an office here, a Ring of Fire office, been built before I can comment on this or do something about it. How many of you guys from Webequie, put your hands up, want to see a Ring of Fire office built here so we can know what really is going on? Who wants the Ring of Fire Supply Road office been built? Hands up. So we'll know what's going on. We don't even know what's going on. Nobody tells us anything about this. I see the chief and councils are involved in this. What about us? We live here. Look at those islands. That's where we are. We don't even know what's going on. Sure enough, we see all these pamphlets, booklets, or whatever, all that information. We see that. But how many of them will understand that? I'd rather see a Ring of Fire office being built here. I want to know who's all giving all these permits to. If they want to give permits to our First Nation, let them come up here and deal with us. The only people that they're dealing with right now is the chief and council. And we don't know anything. What's going on? What's the next step? And see these other First Nations like Niskandaga, even people from downriver. If they want to talk to the Ring of Fire itself, they should come to us in our office that we're going to build. I need that First Nation, I need that building built. It's not going to happen in Toronto. It's not going to happen in Ottawa. It's not going to happen in Thunder Bay. It's going to happen here. It's going to happen here. Ring of Fire. Again, this road. I have plans for this too. I know this Ring of Fire is going to be the way it is, and it's going to belong to who? I'd rather see right on the side, maybe 20 feet, building right through here with my reserve. I'd rather build that. Whatever is going to happen in that road, it's going to be within our First Nation, our reserve. I'd rather put in, like, if I'm wrong, I studied in Lakehead University building a First Nation reserve. And it clearly states there, you have a chance, another chance to build your reserve after this reserve.
So that's what I'd rather do. Build it around it. If this is the eagle's nest, I'd rather build something right here for my reserve. I'd rather see my grandkid or granddaughter or a son working in this little thing. Maybe we can always call it an industrial ground where we can teach our young people to work instead of the mine. Or even if they have a chance, they can work inside the mine. But to build that, something here, maybe we can call it an industrial ground. So our young kids can work over here, maybe about, say, 15 to 10-minute drive, so they won't be late. There is codes for working. I'd rather see that. And then also, I'd rather have my First Nation, a reserve within both sides. So whatever's going to happen there, if it's going to be an oil spill or whatever, it's going to be within, and you have to deal with us. While my grandkids go to work here every morning, instead of over here. Everybody wants this. Everybody wants that piece of that pie of the Ring of Fire. Everybody wants this. The whole world wants this pie, Ring of Fire. Why don't we build something? Instead of fighting over this, they can have that. Well, sure enough, if there's going to be money coming up from a share from there, sure, good enough. We have a bank already. So that money can go to the bank, and then also for this industrial ground, goes right to our bank. And this is what we're going to be doing all the time, just having meetings after meetings. Who's this guy? What group are you from? I'd rather build. The first thing I want to see right now is I want that Ring of Fire office built inside my reserve. So I'll know who is who and what's going on. And for those other First Nations there. If they want to talk to us, let them come to our reserve. And the other first little action I'm going to be doing is a river that comes all the way from Musselwhite. And there's another river that goes down, and that's De Beers. The first thing I really want to do is I want to check what's on that river right now. Because I heard about these overflows in other mines. It'll be the first time that Webequie First Nation will come forward and talk. Instead of hearing people talk about the Ring of Fire and Webequie First Nation. Every time I go to Thunder Bay or even though anywhere I can, oh, you're the guys. You're the guys with millions of dollars. Where is it? So I'd rather see that office been built before we can move on. I want that built. Look at us right now. We're sitting here, waiting for the draw, waiting to be fed. I don't want to be fed. I don't want to go in the draw. I'd rather see my First Nation given money. That's who we are. We were very lucky. There was this elder long time ago. They came to this area, and his name was Patrick Mickinack, and that's her daughter right there. She was the one, he was the one that said to situate our community on within this island, and he told everybody, don't ever move. He knew what was around us. Right there. He was the one that put us here, Webequie First Nation. So before I can say any more, I want that office made. So people can come over here and talk to us, talk to the people. If there is going to be any poison or whatever, anything can happen. We're the first ones hit. As soon as that opens, I've seen mines, I've seen open mines before. I was driving in Geraldton one time, and then I asked that person that I was with, what is that, what is that smoke? Like bright, beautiful day. Did it rain yesterday? No, he says, that's a mine. Thank you.
Thanks, Norman. Any,
Translate that. Okay. Me gavat gan konottama dan here. Ye gaji bigadik ka kena tamu given. 107 mama the Sudibhavanya. Dash need also Sudibhavan English Kunigan is been to say. 90 miles of the speech now on the Godjay. I got a skaggy tobacco given get the solve quest given here. Chigadik $700 million. 700 million, then you go here that project is for the Noki. Shabbos say given here. Here the Skadas and Jigadik here report. Upon way Jamagak September or December, January, December, March, June, Jamagak. That report. We have 1 year on the Indian here. Panama, December 27, March 27, June 27, they should be Kendagon. Chogamakang Jamaka report. 2027. How much she going to Kendagon? Each finished Chaka Punjab on Ink. We map on Nanagagi Kendak. Gapanji. We packet Najma Jonia and Humaniki. We got Najma Todaga the Bajon. Here in Webequie supply road at a north egg here. No keen June sec on that June. It should go Junjaba to Toderick, here gain at the muck. We Gaji Gainabataki. Jonah take this and again Jogamak and you got dig here. We Koseg here. Kan in here or Pangiga Jigadik, kan in here Niano Boon, Kegumastrek and Dawson. Each been the Chiapangis Seg here, 2027 got the Jikendagon. We Japanina Gajon on Endok. And Inge Gabo Chigadega Pani Ring of Fire, and Inge Gabo Tango Webequie in Eagle's Nest Mine Ring of Fire. Yet Panagagi Kendago Koenig. Came up on the Jigibago sink, came a guy cap and Jikendago, came a gay Nord linked. I go King Maga Punjamaji don't come out of Eagle's Nest. But you were going to need sauce of one, das of one. The Daji Magan here. We shall go on in you Moi ni go ge hu ni go ga go wa segot to go on dan ocean. Kain habit tani gini na panga kenda go simini he. Ki ja dwan sin ja ke do ki ja de jige go pagit nangi bange go. Joji bige pani go ge ya. Joji top pani go jibi gan. And so oge makkan dagan no dan Showgesek Sodgo Megoganaga Bijod Nokinak, and you got a diasi. Ye Megodi. Can a pangina and the Magagi session on a short among Kegon. We know what the Oshkad is audit. Go to Savan the audit. We know gone short on. It's almost done or you make more.
Do we have a draw? I don't know. You? He's not here. Troy? Do you want to do it like this evening? Okay. No, I'll do. Thank you guys for staying this afternoon. This is not the beginning or end. Like, this is an ongoing process, and I was telling Roy that the plans to come here every month or a few days to go through all this again with different groups. So I think that the intent today was to show you the report, to celebrate it a bit, to hear some of your concerns, and then have some fun, like have a feast. We have some entertainment this evening that we brought, but it's a milestone. It's a sort of a celebration that we brought the project this far. So I think this evening we have a feast. I believe. When does that start? 5:30. I better double check with the cook. We are eating. Okay, dinner will be around 5:30, she said. So if you guys want to take a break.
Dry.
Oh yeah, and then we'll do a draw at the dinner because we need Troy.
Ma guys is nanang desi Miko Vatiganon. Yan out.
Hi, Mike. Oh, there you are. Hello, Wojo. My name is Alec. I'm a First Nation member. And I understand what's going on right now. What I see is on the government side and First Nations were given a treaty long time ago. We had power long time ago. We had power. The government made agreement with us on treaty. We had power a long time ago. Now the government has power. But the government says they're going to help us. It seems to me there's a lot of, they don't understand what's going on. What we need, they should give us. What they want,
we should give them. That's what the government wants. And that's what we want to. Yesterday, the government made agreement with us to rule something that we want. But the government is strong, has power. The government looks after us too. Says he's going to look after us. He's going to protect us. Man saying, "You get to my Kansas kinis to seaman. Where I get doing. You go scomming. Get the tag with Chogama. Government thinks we're going to step on them on power, but the government has made us on treaty. They gave us treaty. I hope you understand what I'm talking about. What we want, the government should give us. What they want, we should give them. That's what I understand. What a treaty is all about. Man saying, if we have problems, the government is going to help us. But the government has the power. If we want to ring a fire on the road, we will run it. What they want, we're going to give them. If we don't let them what they want, they won't help us. The government won't help us. Where in the I read my Bible too. Long time ago, government, that's what's happening among ourselves. We're fighting each other. We're making a war to the government. The government is making war with us. So we have to decide what we're going to do. What do you understand? I understand from the Bible I read. Chimaznegening doon de stottano ga ikkita. Mega to dog and you when you're gonna go. Kino Think about your grandchildren. Your kids. What's going to happen to them? They're going to have. We know what we want. Kendi amacı demek. Kamini gomen. Kispensi gana chogema. Koninge on kamini gosi. We know what pangakanege on the katevenda. We nego up on the gorston. Mataman. Supply road. The government is going to make. The government is going to make the supply road, not us. If we don't make our agreement, we know about the The government told us the rule to run something what we want. But the government is on top of us. Because we made a treaty. They make us treaty. We're treaty number 9. The government is going to protect us. That's what the government wants. He wants the minerals. And we want the resources. We want a road. That's my opinion. That's my own. What I understand on treaty. That's what I wanted to say. I want a supply road too. Our great grandsons, children, they want that. They're going to need it. If not, we're going to have nothing. There's going to be famine if we don't make a decision. If we don't make something for our children. I got 2 great grandsons too. They're small. They want to be happy as of right now. That's what my own. Ni 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 go in the kitoy.
That's my own understanding, my own self. The government made a promise to protect us. Instead, it's as if we're fighting on the government. The government wants us what we want. We have to do that. And the government will get what they want too. And we'll get what we want too. Kaya gonna turn down, kaya kung guys don't turn to me. Kaya gonna turn down, our guys don't turn to us. This treaty. That's what my understanding, what treaty is all about. All these meetings we had on the supply road, that's what we want. And the government understands what he wants. And the government knows what we want. That's my own speech, my topic, my own self. Everything is explained, what's going to happen in the Bible. Everything is there. Okay, thank you, Mike.
Okay, we're going to take a break until 5:30 for dinner, and then we'll have the community dinner, and then we have some entertainment as well afterwards. But during dinner, we'll do the draw, and any other updates we'll have. Miigwech.